the meeting to order. Ms. Schwartz-Lizzie, if you could please lead us in our invocation and then our pledges.
Please bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight thanking you for the many blessings you've given us here at Navarro ISD. We thank you for entrusting us with educating and making decisions for the students in our care. We ask for guidance in all decisions that are made here tonight and each and every day. We pray for a safe and joyful break for all of our students, staff, and families this holiday season. For it is in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Okay, we're calling the meeting to order and establishing the quorum. Those present are Clint Scheid, Becky Stevenson, Donna Gilliam, Melissa Sartain, Lacey Gosh, Ian Reinhardt, and Joel Frederick. Announcement that this meeting has been duly called and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, Section 551.043 of the Texas Government Code. At this time, we're going to go into our student recognitions.
Trustees, this month we will be recognizing FFA, volleyball, and football programs. Mr. Bronny, if you could please come up. So Navarro ISD is thrilled to recognize the leadership achievement of Navarro FFA member and chapter president Justin Bronny. On November 9th, Justin earned first place at the Guadalupe Valley FFA District Leadership Development event and job interview. The job interview LDE tests on aspects of the application process, including crafting resumes, cover letters, and job descriptions, along with excelling in phone and in-person interviews. Justin then moved on to compete and placed second in the Area 7 FFA LDE. This achievement placed him among the top 24 job interview contestants in the state. Justin made Navarro ISD and Navarro FFA proud at the state LDE contest at Sam Houston State University on December 6th and 7th, where he finished in the top 20. We would like to also acknowledge and thank FFA advisors, Mr. Warndell, for his guidance, coaching, and unwavering support in fostering essential leadership skills and preparing our students for life beyond the classroom. Congratulations, Justin. Okay, next we have volleyball. Navarro ISD would like to congratulate our Lady Panther varsity volleyball team, who had an amazing year completing the second deepest playoff run in school history. For the second year in a row, they had a 30-win season, finishing with a 32-16 overall record. They won the bi-district championship, area championship, semi-regional championship, and advanced to regional finals against the eventual state champion. During the season, we also recognized the milestones of Avery Sisak on earning 1,000 assists at 500 digs, and Riley Smith on 200 blocks. Off the court, several athletes have also demonstrated their dedication to academic pursuits by receiving academic honors. Tonight, we recognize the following athletes and their achievements. Tegan Harbert, second team All-District, Academic All-State, Academic All-District. Aiden Chapa, Peyton Shimonsky, Academic All-District. Kate Wozniak, first team All-District, Academic All-State, Academic All-District. Avery Sisak, Academic All-District. Morgan Helms, second team All-District, Academic All-State, Academic All-District. Brooklyn Fox, Sarah Baylor, honorable mention, Academic All-District. Piper Fox, McKenna Fox, Amira Harris, Hannah Durrett, honorable mention, academic all-district. Isabel Geipel, academic all-district, academic all-state. Minka Duprez, academic all-district. Riley Smith, first team all-district, academic all-district. We would like to commend the players, coaches, support staff, and parents for their unwavering commitment to the program. Their efforts have not only resulted in a championship title, but have also instilled a sense of pride and accomplishment in our school. Please help me congratulate the Navarro ISD varsity volleyball team. Thank you.
Great job, ladies.
And next we have the varsity football team. The Navarro Panther varsity football team capped off an impressive season with a resounding 56-14 victory over District 14 champion Carrizo Springs, securing the bi-district championship title. We are incredibly proud of the team's remarkable growth and unwavering determination throughout the season. The Panthers faced numerous challenges head-on and demonstrated exceptional resilience, finishing the season on a high note. The success extends beyond the field as many players have earned academic honors. Tonight we recognize the following athletes: Montgomery Elder, Caden Guerra, Matthew Villanueva, Jesse James Waz, academic all-district, honorable mention all-district, Corbin Hannibal, academic all-district, Manson Harris, Ethan Borchard, academic all-district, academic all-state, honorable mention all-district, Carlos Soto, Colton Brown, academic all-district, Joey Perea, academic all-district, Cade Pugh, academic all-district, first team all-district, second team all-district, Yandel Ramon, academic all-district, academic all-state, honorable mention, Craig Hyman, academic all-district, second team all-district, Ian Garcia, second team all-district, Robert Beltran, Colton Breitenkamp, Evan Rodriguez, academic all-district, Caden Chambers, academic all-district, Dylan Trotty, Alex Leckwold, academic all-district, Cohen Blunt, academic all-district, first team all-district, Corbin Dennis, Hudson Jenner, academic all-district, Colorado Kenway, academic all-district, second team all-district, Braddock Galini, academic all-district, second team all-district, honorable mention all-district, Ryan Jench, Mason Harvey, honorable mention all-district, honorable mention all-district for tight end. Elijah Melton, academic all-district, Mason Berry, academic all-district, Luke Bogle, academic all-district and first team all-district, Riley Blevins, Bryce Lang, Grayson Carlisle, academic all-district, Peyton Helfer, offensive newcomer of the year, Tyler Risky, academic all-district, defensive newcomer of the year, Xander Barnes, academic all-district and honorable mention all-district, Lane Black, academic all-district, honorable mention all-district, Joshua Hernandez, Deacon Bush, academic all-district, and Chris Ledesma, academic all-district. Additionally, during the season, a special recognition was announced congratulating senior Cade Pugh on being selected to play for the white team in the San Antonio Sports All-Star Game at the Alamo Dome on January 11th. We are so proud of Cade and know you will represent our school well. On behalf of Navarro ISD, we express our sincere appreciation to our coaching staff, trainers, parents, and fans for their exceptional leadership and commitment to our football program. Thank you to our coaches not only for guiding us to success on the field, but also for instilling valuable life lessons, upholding Navarro traditions, building our Panther legacy, and helping our students grow on and off the field. Please help me congratulating our varsity football team. I need a few of you to come down one more step this way. I think these three down here, and maybe if you could come down too. Y'all come down right here in the middle, please.
Just one more, there you go, perfect.
That should be perfect. All right, here we go.
time, we invite any public participation and comments. And there were none signed up, so we'll move on. We're moving into our discussion item, our annual audit report.
Good evening. I'm here from Armstrong, Bond & Associates. I'm Kimberly Roach, and I'm the partner in charge of your particular annual audit. As in the previous year, I went ahead and did a one-page summary highlights for you that might be a little bit less flipping around between your report. So if you've got that, it should have, essentially it should look about like that, just minus all of my notes.
Online.
Yes, and it should also be part of your report packets this evening. While you're locating that, of course, as always, I want to take the opportunity to say it's an honor for our firm to get to work with the district. You have a wonderful district with fantastic staff, always very quick and helpful to get every bit of information we need, and so it's truly our pleasure to get to work with the district. So going over just these few highlights, and then I'd be happy to go over any questions that I might not cover in this. The first thing I want to mention is, of course, we did issue another clean opinion this year. It's actually an unmodified opinion, but that's basically what that means. We had no material or significant findings, as well as no actual written recommendations. And of course, your general fund, which we're going to see below here, was all within your approved final budget. The federal programs that we tested as part of the audit this year was ESSER, as it has been for many years now. But we also went ahead and tested the special education program this year as well. Then now looking under your general fund, you'll see that you've got the last 3 years just kind of for comparison and historical information, as well as the fourth column there for your budget. You'll notice there just in total, your revenues did increase from the previous year, and overall that increase primarily was made up of your state funding. Your local revenues actually dropped from the prior year, and that's a direct result of your change in your tax rate on your property tax dollars. So of course your appraised values, even though those went up, because your tax rate had come down from the prior year, it still resulted in a lower local revenue. But that was the direct result of being able to have a higher state revenue than in the previous year. Overall, you can see that your actual revenue did come in over budget, and again, primarily the variance there is related to your state revenue. Going on to expenditures, you can see that your expenditures did increase quite a bit from 2023 to 2024, but as I mentioned before, they're all well within budget. The primary reason for your expenditures going up would be within Function 11 as well as Function 81. The majority of your Function 11 expenditure increase came from payroll. It was a total increase of about $2.3 million from the previous year, of which $2 million was payroll related. That payroll came primarily from your increasing number of teachers and instructional staff, as well as an increase in salaries. But the majority of that reason came from more full-time equivalents. Your Function 81, of course, increased in the current year because you also paid out of your general fund, in addition to your bond projects, which we'll see here in a little bit. Out of the general fund, of course, is where you paid for the softball and the football field turf improvements, as well as the elementary portables that were added this year. So those were the main reasons why your expenditures went up from the prior year. But again, as before, you were all under budget pretty much across all functions, and Function 11 was the one that was the most under budget because that was anticipated for that growth in payroll. Any questions so far? And then so far you can see then that you had a change in your fund balance of $1.6 million, which left you an ending fund balance, that's the first row in green there, of just under $13.6 million. Now, of course, I always like to try to give you an equivalent of what that would be in your number of months average operating expenditures. So what we do is we do pull out that capital outlay because we know that that's not going to be a recurring expenditure. So you can see that even though you did have some of those increased costs, you still had about 6.8 months in average operating expenditures compared to the prior year, which was 6.7. So any questions at all over the general fund? Okay, well then I also just kind of want to give you just a quick snapshot of some of your other major funds that you have, or some of the other funds that you have that are significant in amount. The first your capital projects fund. This is showing you just sort of the trend of just your ending fund balance. So you can see there that you had issued that 90 million back in 2022. That was the first part, of course, of the 2022 bonds. Then that dropped down a little bit in 2023 as you started to spend on those bonds, and then have gone back up in 2024. Now, of course, that increase in 24 really came from the fact that you did issue another 54.8 million worth of bond proceeds, but you spent about 39.1 million on capital outlay, obviously related primarily to the high school. That also included some other capital outlay items that were included in that bond project, but that's the majority of it. The remaining funds there, your debt service, your campus activities, as well as your child nutrition, you can see that those have been pretty steady over the last 3 years, not a lot of fluctuation within those. And one thing I just thought I would mention, if you recall, last year we actually did have just a suggestion on your child nutrition fund balance. We said that it was what TDA, Texas Department of Agriculture, would consider an excess fund balance. However, your expenditures did go up a little bit in FY24, but TDA has also come back and said that now they no longer feel like 3 months is, or anything over 3 months is what used to be considered excess, and now they've increased that to 6 months. So between the two items, that's why this year we didn't have to notate that at all, although I'm bringing it up more just to kind of give you that resolution from last year. Any question on those fund balances? All right, well then finally, I like to try to give you a projection of what I think your first rating will be. Of course, this is obviously a year in advance of what TEA would be able to report to you all, but based on this particular audit and its findings within the numbers that are included, I project that you're still going to end up with that superior rating of 94. Any questions at all? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so in the interest of honoring her time, we're going to go ahead and have the action item on this at this time. So if I could get a motion on that.
I move to approve the audited financial statements for the year ended August 31st, 2024.
Second.
Okay, we have the motion by Dan and the second by Clint. Any discussion? Okay. So all in favor to move to approve? And motion carries 7-0. And with that, we're going to move into our discussion items, beginning with 8A, schematic design for drives, parking, and playground project in Oregon.
Mrs. Epley, Madam President, members of the Navarro ISD Board. My name is Andrew Perez. I am an architect with Corrigan Architects, and I am here to present tonight the schematic design for the drives, parking, and playgrounds project. I do have a laser here. I apologize for the two of you that have to turn around. I'll try not to hit you with it. But I wanted to give you a design update here of what we've been working on with Ms. Epley and her team. And so starting out, looking at our agenda tonight, we're going to go over the parking and driveway update, as well as the playground design and playscapes, and then the shade structures. We just had a kind of a quick information item for you on that. The bond project goals, as we see it, and based on what was approved, are number 1, to reconfigure the driveways at Navarro Elementary and the intermediate schools to move vehicle queuing off of Link Road. That's one major goal of this project. Number 2 is parking lots, so connecting the parking lots between the annex elementary and intermediate schools for improved flow and an increase in available parking, which I've got some numbers for you, Mr. Reinhardt, as I promised. And number 3, looking at playground equipment. So we're going to replace both sets of playground equipment at the elementary and intermediate campuses. And in conjunction with that, we'll be working with the design team for the new elementary school to establish new playground equipment standards so that every school has the same equipment. So in order to accomplish this, we wanted to take a look at what is actually happening on the campuses today. And so this is our kind of demolition slide. I do apologize, the parking spaces are a little dim here, but what you can see that we've outlined in red are the areas that are affected by this project. So starting in the back, you've got the playground equipment for the elementary, intermediate campuses. We go into the main parking lot areas here where they're connecting to the existing driveways off of Lake Road. And then one other major component for which I've got some renderings to show you is the two canopies at either campus, because right now, in order to connect everything, we're gonna have to reconfigure those canopies because they are literally bisecting the parking lots at both campuses. And so that's why we've got those highlighted there in our demolition. One thing I wanna point out too, when you do see the playground information, is just keep an eye on this little red, image right here, because when you look at the next slide, you'll see just how much bigger the equipment is going to be at the intermediate campus, just to give you an idea of scale. And I've got some slides that kind of speak to that equipment as we go a little further. So looking at the new configuration, and I had a chance to kind of preview this last week at the Bond Oversight Committee, so I want to make sure to avoid not sharing one important piece of information with you on this, but ultimately, the idea is that all the traffic coming off of Link Road has the ability to queue freely starting from the annex all the way over to the intermediate school and back. However, you will still be able to run traffic on the far west driveway for the intermediate and loop all the way around and drop off and pick up only at the intermediate. And then you have the same ability at the elementary school, utilizing a different driveway to enter, queue, drop off, pick up, and exit. So we do have two different areas that you can enter and exit both campuses. However, if you had a major event or wanted to clear everything out, you could literally open it all up and people can flow all the way through all of those campuses without having to get on the link until they're ready to exit. So that is one significant improvement that we're seeing with this. The other piece of this that you'll see are how we're reconfiguring the canopies, and I'll talk to you about that a little bit with our renderings, but we're gonna take the intermediate canopy, we're gonna maintain the design language of that canopy, and we're basically gonna rotate it 90 degrees and push it to the front of the building so that we maintain a proper drop-off. At the elementary school, you currently have a pre-engineered canopy, so we would go back with something similar, but again, running parallel to the new driveway for drop-off and pickup. Mr. Reinhardt, you'd asked me about parking spaces, so I'm pleased to report. At the intermediate campus, you're gonna go from 225 spaces to 250. So you have an increase of 25. From the elementary, you're going from 83 to 170. So I'm not going to pretend I can do the math in my head for that, but it's a significant improvement. I think it's somewhere in like the neighborhood of 87. That could be wrong. I apologize. But nonetheless, we are seeing a great improvement in parking spaces. So if you have any parking issues, we should be able to take care of those for you. So we're pretty happy to report that. So
Thank you.
I appreciate your patience. That couldn't answer that last week, but going to the playgrounds then again, and I'll flip back one time, but if you look at the intermediate playground, the new one is more than double its size, and I'll kind of speak to what that is when we get to the playground slides. You also see the playground for the elementary school, and then around each one you actually see a dotted line, and so what that line represents is a structured fenced area creating a much larger playscape area for both campuses. One of the things that we're actually looking at the elementary school is encompassing that bus loop and maintaining access for the special ed buses with vehicle gates so that you're not completely eliminating access to that. But we're gonna look at potentially turfing the area that sits inside of that bus loop and reclaiming some of that for additional play space outside of the standard playground equipment. And in order to, give the same opportunity to the intermediate campus, we're also proposing an enclosure here that sits inside of that driveway, as well as a turf surface that would be located just to the north of that playground right there. So we're trying to, hit this from all different angles, not just looking at playground equipment, but looking at areas of play that are a little bit more maintenance friendly for everybody. So, we're feeling pretty good about that. Going then into the canopies, these are just a couple images of the canopies as they stand today. So that's the elementary canopy, and of course where we're at right now, the intermediate campus. Starting with the elementary, these are just a couple of images that show the existing versus proposed. So as I mentioned, the canopies run perpendicular to the campus right now, and we're gonna make those parallel. So we're following the driveway with the new pre-engineered canopy at the elementary campus. Looking at a different angle of that, we've got that same canopy, and then coming across the corner here, turning. You've got a little bit of distance from the building to the driveway, so we are gonna run a portion of that still perpendicular to the entrance. But what we've replaced is exactly the same length as what we're taking out. So assuming it works okay for you now, you shouldn't have any issues with that as far as drop off and pickup go. At the intermediate, because the language is very strong in terms of the brick pilasters and the kind of hip or gable roof structure there, we are picking up that exact same design language and basically just turning it and rotating, and running down the new driveway here. The other component of this is that you do have signage for the campus on the front of that canopy, so we are proposing to move it to the front of the building over here. So we're not, now I understand that there will be a future refresh, so what that signage says ultimately is at the discretion of the district. We're simply proposing that there will be new signage to replace what we took out. So depending on the timeline for that, we can work with you on whatever that's gonna say. This is just another view of that. Again, same canopy at the intermediate campus, so showing that turning the corner here and then terminating where those pair of doors are just out the other side. Looking at the playground equipment, just to give you kind of a preview of what those look like in a little bit larger scale, this is what we're calling the lower level playground equipment. So we understand that when the new 2 through 5 campus opens, that the elementary will become a pre-K through first grade campus. So this playground equipment is designed as age-appropriate equipment for those kids at that campus. In addition, we understand that there is a need for enough space for all of the kids that are gonna be on that equipment at the same time. So we took a standard from another district and actually added components to that so that there are more opportunities for play there. Additionally, we are going to bid this with a bonded rubber play surface for accessibility and maintenance, with an alternate to go to that same turf material that we're using at the driveway as a for instance. And so what this looks like in a 3D view that was provided to us by the partner we're working with is playscape equipment here, swings. All of these pieces, I should also mention, are accessible and inclusive. So we wanted to make sure that that component was incorporated into the design of these playgrounds. And you can see some other nature-based playground equipment and opportunities for age-appropriate play at the elementary campus. Looking at the intermediate campus then, this is what we're calling the upper level playground equipment. So this will be for the 2nd through 5th graders. So a little bit more older kid, strenuous, rigorous, if you will, activities here. Same concept though, with a play structure, swings, and then a little bit, older kid equipment here. So one of my favorite pieces is that little American Ninja Warrior component there. This rendering was provided to us with shade structures, which is a great segue into what we would actually be looking at for these 2 campuses, which goes into my last point, is that you actually have 2 very large, very well aged or in great shape canopy structures. So we're gonna propose to reuse these. The largest one will go over both the swings and the playground playscape at the elementary campus. And this smaller one here will go over the playscape at the intermediate. And so we could still go ahead and get these swings incorporated with their shade structure as well. And we can match that green color. It doesn't have to be the blue that's on that screen. As a matter of fact, the other day when we were here, we brought the color charts with us, and we got a lot of really good feedback on some of the color options. So we'll be pleased to come back to the table with that in the future here. I believe that's everything I've got. I hope that I was able to incorporate the pieces I didn't cover last time, but with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Something you did
Yes,
mention at the bond oversight was the marquee for the elementary.
Yes, thank you. Yes, so I know you just put in that wonderful marquee at the elementary school. Unfortunately, it is currently in the way of our new driveway, so it's approximately in this area right now, and so all we need to do is go ahead and just shift it south so that it would line up more or less with the intermediate marquee. We will make provisions to do that in this project, so it should just operate exactly how it does now. We're certainly not going to take the money that was invested into that and throw that away, so we will address it. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I'm just wondering what the feedback was from the administrators on those campuses as far as the designs.
No pressure.
Would y'all like to come up and
Yeah,
share
sorry.
your
I mean, I
feedback?
think it's definitely gonna,
Go to the mic so that people at home can hear. Thank you.
I I think it's definitely gonna change the look of the campus. I feel like that's just out there, and then the branding on the front, but I mean, it's necessary, so it's fine. But yeah, it's gonna look a little different.
Our primary focus is on the ease of traffic, getting in and out, because typically, however the elementary traffic runs is how Link runs and all the problems that come with that. So we're excited to see some progress in that area. We are slightly concerned about the number of playgrounds going from 4 to 1, and so we're looking at other available options for us to extend perhaps beyond that fence, and just look for more space to play and run, but we will work it out.
Do either of you have any comments or concerns about the safety of the kids queuing? Do you feel like that's a safer situation for them to be up against the building that way? Because we're losing those.
Ours is so heavily supervised, it's okay.
Anything else? All right, thank you.
I have a quick question. What is the potential impact on the number of sheriff's deputies and law enforcement personnel along Link? Because we have so many right now.
Sorry, I'll defer to you, Stephanie.
Yeah, it wouldn't change that. What I will tell you is we did the engineering exercise where they took the amount of vehicles based on enrollment, based on children coming to the school and the projected growth. And we ran, using different lengths of yarn, what that would look like. This particular design that we ended up with took every single car off of Link. So we're basically shifting that holdover line onto our property, which frees up Link for that exiting process to be handled a little bit better, because you're not trying to hold that long queue out on Link. That's queued up inside our property, and so we anticipate you should see a lot more ease of movement back and forth. But yes, we would still have the same number of officers. We're still gonna need to manage the traffic as any elementary or early childhood center would have out there. But I think in the case of someone who, maybe isn't paying quite as much attention to what time it is in the day, and they're coming from 46 and trying to cut across to 123, they have a much better shot of making it through with this queuing process being the way that it is.
Thanks, yes. And I should mention, so we did bring a traffic engineer on board to make sure that we weren't just crazy and that this wasn't gonna work. In addition, we have had a preliminary meeting with the Guadalupe County Fire Marshal's office and their public works folks, and everybody seems to be on board. They're very happy with it. Really no feedback at all from the city of Seguin, so that's a win for us on that. But everybody is well informed, and I think they're all excited about this project, so we are too.
And when's looking to start and finish?
Yes, so we are actually putting the project out to bid in mid-January and would be looking to open bids and award probably in February and March. So we would come back to the school board, I believe it's in March, with the recommendation for the general contractor. Once their contract is approved, we'll jump right into construction regardless of whether they're moving dirt or simply filing submittal paperwork and everything. The idea is to get them going to procure the pieces of equipment they're gonna need and be able to hit the ground running, so to speak. The ultimate goal on paper is to finish this project so that the start of next school year has all of this work done. We are working on provisions in the event that life happens and complications happen, to have a backup plan in case we can't hit all of those marks, but we feel really good about the lead times and just the scope in general. So right now we're not throwing up the red flag or expressing concerns at the moment.
Was there any, no. No?
There you go.
Did we try to put more playgrounds on the elementary campus yet?
So we haven't laid out additional playground equipment, but one of the conversations that we were having again was what this campus will ultimately be, which is a pre-K through first grade campus. And in addition to that, adding additional pieces of equipment, recognizing that now we're going from 4 playgrounds to 1. And so this is larger than what you would see at a typical age group at an elementary school, if you will. So another way of looking at it is, at a typical elementary school, you might actually see both of these playground equipments, separated via fencing or some other barrier. Those would both exist at a campus, but because these are split, they really are age group appropriate. But we've enlarged that playground in anticipation of needing a little bit more play space. And then in addition to that, we made the decision actually very recently to incorporate more outdoor play areas to give them options as well. If in any event the playground isn't enough.
Those kids need to get their energy out.
Yes, exactly.
Right, and I would emphasize that the plan of fencing that back bus loop really mirrors what we're looking at with the new elementary school plan, where we would have the turf piece out there, because again, you're removing that playscape out there. And where some of the concern has always been, people coming back there with their cars and having to come hold and tell people, you can't come here, we have kids on this playground right now. We'd be able to fence that off, and we'd be able to paint on that drive some games for them to play, having that extra equipment of cones and soccer goals and things, so it becomes a much more flexible space. So we're creating opportunity for team play, for collaborative play, not just we go out to a play space and engage with the play space. We're actually being able to build in those opportunities as well. So that will be echoed with the new elementary school as well. So we're excited about the opportunities. I know there's a little anxiety about it. It looks different and it's not what we're used to, but the space is there. So if we got into a situation where we felt like we weren't able to have all the needs met and we needed another playscape, that could be an addition. But I think that would be particularly to this early childhood center, because it would not necessarily be the same case for the intermediate.
So I got a couple questions real quick.
Sure.
The first one, you said the projected start date sometime in March, correct?
Yes.
So what's the status of the procurement part of that though? If we're just in a concept right now, do we have plans drawn up and they're ready to go out for bid and
Yes,
they're 100% done?
Yes, sir, yeah,
Okay.
100% construction documents would be issued in mid-January, and I
Okay.
believe we would look at opening bids, I think, in the first week or second week of February, so we want to maintain that 3-week timeline for public bids.
And, I'm sorry, what week?
Oh, I'm sorry, we would issue for construction mid-January and then open bids early February. And so we'll either have a recommendation for the board at the end of February or the beginning of March.
Okay.
That's what I was gonna come to add. We're
Yeah,
gonna bring in
please.
construction drawings for approval through the process, before we put it out to the street for
I just
bid.
know the time takes time for all these construction documents.
Yes,
to get
yeah,
out there,
exactly.
So just
Yeah.
wanna make sure if we're gonna hit March.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so the goal is that we have a notice to proceed issued in March for the general contractor that's gonna be working on the project, with the understanding that we need to go ahead and start getting the important submittals processed and approved so that they can order all the equipment.
So it'll be ready. We've done geotech, we've done
Yes,
surveys, we've
right.
got all that stuff in the works to help with all the structural details and the planning to be able to
Yes.
flip and have it open. The goal is for fall of 25.
Yes.
No, I just,
I know,
I know
it's
some-
okay.
I know some of you- y'all
Just
will-
me a little bit, we're good.
no, I just making sure we had that because we were just wanting to propose things. So.
Understood, yeah.
And existing fencing is gonna be used?
Yes, so you did spend a lot of funds to install the security fencing, and so as a part of the elementary school work especially, we will be reconfiguring a portion of that fence, but we're gonna reuse a significant amount of that. And because you have the secure perimeter, all of the rest of the fencing can be simple chain link fence, because you won't have any concerns with security or access or anything at that point. But we're definitely making use of that existing security fence.
And you're gonna operate as your own parents' Facebook page while all this is going down.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll give them my cell phone number and, they can,
Mexico.
I can take it.
I will say the feedback from them to have that feedback be critical. I think there's a lot of excitement about the new play spaces. Certainly the opportunity that traffic will be alleviated off of Link. You know, traffic is traffic. You're always gonna have traffic with drop off and pickup at any school, but having that extra queuing supports the less stressful piece of people coming on and off of Link and managing that traffic. I do think also the piece that we have seen in putting playgrounds like this together in a previous district is that we're not seeing some of the long lead times that we had during COVID, where you couldn't get a hold of a plastic slide, and it was delayed. But having experienced that and knowing if there is a delay, that we would have all of those play components available so that kids would still be able to come out and play games, have jump ropes, balls, until we were able to complete that construction and be prepared, and then just laying out a reasonable timeline of what we're gonna need as far as that road construction and laying out the concrete so it has time to cure, because we do know we'll have summer events, we'll have summer trainings, and just making sure we're laying out that plan so that it is effective and we're not in a jam coming into August. There's nothing more stressful than that. So we'll definitely want to be speaking to those details as they come and present to you the final construction
Definitely,
times.
right. And we would plan, to bring in the general contractor as a partner in this project as well, and lean on them for their expertise and recommendations on how to accomplish the phasing so that we're not just making this a pain for everybody.
Questions? Anything else? Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Andrew.
Okay, we're gonna move into discussion item 8B, athletic facilities design process, LPA Bartlett Cop.
Good evening, I'm Scott Parker, Project Executive for Bartlett Cock. I'm representing your design build partners on the athletic project, the high school athletic project. Before I get started, I would like to congratulate the board president, board members, Ms. Epley, administration. What a great recognition, right, of all the academic recognition this earlier in the agenda. That's pretty outstanding for a board to see that. And I commend you on that, and you certainly are doing something right. We are getting through the schematic design phase on the project right now. Our design partners, Pape Dawson specifically has been working with City of Seguin on drainage management on that site. We do have a few challenges. It does have some floodplain on it, so you'll see on the slides on the layout of the facilities that we've taken those into consideration. Pape Dawson has got a really good relationship with the city. We did a kickoff meeting with them several weeks ago, our Bartlett Cock team and LPA with Pape Dawson taking the lead on the civil engineering side, and I can say it was a very positive meeting. Certainly, I don't want to bring up old things, but Pape Dawson has got a great relationship with the city, and it's moving forward, I'll tell you that, in a good way. So this is the layout right now. So part of the schematic design is putting the boxes where they need to go. So I think it's a very efficient layout with the adjacent high school, and you can kind of see that gray line, that's the floodplain. So we've got to stay out of that. We're very limited on what we can do as far as taking dirt or putting dirt in there. So part of our preliminary discussions with the City of Seguin were getting their comfort level on how we could treat that floodplain. So we've worked through that. Now we've got the pieces nailed down, and the reason I'm before you tonight is I'm excited to say we're ready for bid package number 1, which is procurement of the long lead items, which is the press box, the grandstands, and bleachers. So that's kind of a schematic layout of those pieces that we're looking to put in our first bid package. just to give you some information, the grandstands and press box are anywhere from a 54 to 56 week lead time from the time we get approved shop drawings from the manufacturer and everything's ready to go and we're ready to procure those. So that's gonna lend itself very well right now with our schedule, because those will show up spring of 2026, which fits right in with our schedule. When we're ready for them, they'll be coming on site. That's really my presentation tonight, is just to let you know that the project is moving forward. We're in a good place, and we just need to get the long lead items ordered so we can keep everything on schedule.
Can I ask one question about the drainage?
Mhm.
Where does that go now that the baseball and softball are right on top of it?
Yeah, so let me back up to that slide. So we do have some drainage in there that we're reworking. That's gonna get more detailed in our design development phase. Right now, we're probably gonna take some underground concrete culverts.
Okay.
That is such a flat site, as everybody that lives in this area knows. So really, we can't do much with elevation because of the floodplain. We can't bring dirt in there, so we're having to go subsurface. So right now, that drainage canal is gonna shift a little bit, so we're out of the fields. You can kinda see how it's kinda rerouted. I mean, this slide kinda shadows it a little bit, but we're moving it out of the play fields, right? Because we don't want those concrete structures underneath the play field. We're, heaven forbid, if you ever get back in there and do any remedial work, you don't wanna tear up all your play fields. I'm not sure if that answered your question or not, but.
Does it kind of go into the practice field?
Right, kind of goes.
Yes, it's gonna go underneath that practice
Okay,
field.
okay.
Yeah, I think in the board packet, it was probably a little bit easier to
easier to
read
see,
than this
yeah.
slide.
Yeah.
But you can kinda see that it is shadowed, and it will traverse underneath that practice field and actually end up, in that drainage canal.
Okay.
Scott, I got one question for you.
Okay.
And this might just be for us too, I'm not quite sure, but the wording says services. Is this bid package one only for the actual stands themselves, or the subcontractor to install them too?
No, we will put this out for bid, and it's a turnkey. It's a delegated design. They'll design the structure. We will determine whether they're gonna build the substructure that the grandstands will set on. We'll take competitive bids from our concrete subcontractor market, so we get the best number. But they will ultimately design the structure those grandstands are gonna sit on. So part of this package, what we're going to do is there's there's really two big players. And so we anticipate a minimum of 2 bids, maybe 3, but part of that is a delegated design. They'll design the structure. Right now, we've got working with our architects on layout, so we know what to get in the bid package. So, yeah, it's pretty much, when we procure it, they're gonna be the ones that install it.
Okay.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Scott. Okay, we're going to move on to discussion item 8C, the ESL paraprofessional position.
Good evening, President Sartain, Superintendent Epley, and members of the school board. My name is Leslie Miller, and I'm the ESL specialist for the secondary level. I've been here for 9 years, and I've seen the growth here in Navarro. When I started, when Lacey was working here with us, we had like 60 students, and now only at the secondary level, we have 72 students. I'm sorry, 74. Out of those 74, we have 5 newcomers, which newcomers are students in the U.S. for less than 3 years. And out of those 5 students, we have 2 that are also SIVE. SIVE means students with interrupted formal education. And we hadn't had SIVE students in the past. The first one came last year, and we got another one this year. from different countries. Those newcomers are either from Mexico or from the Ukraine. We have 14 newly enrolled emerging bilingual students since August, and there are 2 or 3 coming tomorrow. I just got an email today. So the numbers change every day. 8th grade currently has 19 identified students, just one short of the state requirement rule for bilingual programming. We need 20 students that speak the same language in the same grade level in order to open bilingual program. A model of success. So we are following the model of success that has been established at the elementary and intermediate campuses. As our program numbers continue to grow, we need additional specialized support on each campus. So what we are doing at the elementary level is we see the paraprofessional, not me, sees the newcomers, because we have newcomers at the elementary level as well. So we see newcomers twice a week, and they practice TELPAS, which is a state required test, once a week as well. So this is pull-out. On top of that, the paraprofessionals go and do push-ins and go to the classrooms. And also they have the support from the classroom teachers. Most of the teachers at the elementary level are ESL certified, but at the secondary level, just the English teachers and just a few content area teachers. So program plans include the addition of an ESL paraprofessional at the junior high campus for the 24-25 school year, with future plans to add an ESL paraprofessional at the high school campus when the new campus opens. So right now, those newcomers meet once a day, one class period, and they are combined junior high and high school. That's why we want to have another one in the future for high school. Especially when we open the new campus, because then they cannot travel, the kids cannot travel. The addition of an ESL paraprofessional creates opportunities to provide routine small group supports in all content area classrooms. Teachers will have a consistent campus support with the addition of the paraprofessional position for all newcomers and emerging bilingual students who need an additional language support. And having a paraprofessional also helping me at the secondary level, we can help, then I can do more push-ins in the classrooms and help those teachers who have the newcomers and the side students, because those need a more specialized curriculum. I don't know if you have any questions?
I actually do. For those of us who aren't professionals in education, can you just describe a little bit what the programming that we're going to need when we get to that special 20 number?
Okay, in the state of Texas, if you have one student that speaks a different language that is not English, then we have to provide an ESL program. And once we get 20 students that speak the same language and are in the same grade level, then we have to open a bilingual program. So we are right now, the highest number is 8th grade. We have 18 students in emerging bilinguals, but one of those kids doesn't speak Spanish, it speaks Vietnamese. So we have 17, that's our biggest number that we have. Once we reach 20, then we open bilingual.
And what does that look like? Like, what does that bilingual program look like?
I just wanted to let you know, and we can absolutely answer it tonight, but they plan to come back in January with a full layout of what they're
I'll be back.
recommending. Yeah. So
I'm satisfied with that answer.
you are moving ahead, and they are going to be ready for you,
Yes.
for sure.
We met today, Dr. Kaufman is a part of this conversation too. We met today to talk about the future. Our pre-K numbers are what are telling. We've always sat right on the fence of needing this program, but with both of us having backgrounds in dual language education, there are lots of models. There are 4 different models we can choose from. So we'll bring all of that information to the school board in January. We've been working on our presentation so that everybody has the information they need, so we're well informed and ahead of schedule. So when we meet that magic number, we will already have a plan in place.
And that was my reason for asking. I wanted to make sure that we're ahead
I guess I'm kind of in the same boat, bringing back the information in January. I kind of like to see the role. I know we're on kind of a roller coaster of grade levels.
Yes.
You know, we might have 1 here and 18 here.
Yes.
I want to know what the role of the paraprofessional is going to be when we only have 1 student or we only have 2. I mean, as we change and we go along, what's their role going to be when there's very few students at that campus?
Well, paraprofessionals are multifaceted. I mean, we will always have the need for students that are in intervention. Our ESL students are considered students in intervention because they're language limited or they're not quite fluent. But with all due respect, that paraprofessional, depending on what funding source we pay them from, they can work with multiple students, not just ESL students.
Right, that's what I was making sure. I didn't want them to be dedicated only ESL and then they're sitting around twiddling their thumbs.
Right. No, those are,
will never
those across the board will never happen. But the ESL students are priority, just as in
Of
special
course, of
education.
course.
They would be priority with that position, but there would be opportunities when the numbers decrease, which is, if we do our job, we'll get more students exited from the program. But that paraprofessional will always have, I'm sure Laurel and Michelle can attest, they'll always have extra supports they can provide for our students.
Okay, great.
And I do want to just highlight that this was very intentional. As you guys know, with our reserve positions, I told you to always tell you how we were going to use them. You know, and this exhausts our paraprofessional positions for the year. So if we see that we have additional staffing needs, we'll be working through the budget process with that, coming to you with an adjustment to the budget because we see that we can't afford it and the need is there for additional staff. But this exhausts that pool of reserved positions and the need is there. As you can see, we're getting phone calls of additional folks coming in and we will be addressing that need in January as far as a solid recommendation. We'll give you a background on the 4 options for programming and why we're recommending the route that we're going to go. And I think that's a wonderful highlight, Mr. Scheid, of as we adjust and as we grow and as we see the fluidity of different service needs from our students, that we are not pigeonholing staff into one area and then having to let them go because we told them this is the role and the only role. We are cross-training folks, we're addressing the needs as they come because that's a challenge of a fast growth community where we see the needs shift and shift very quickly. And so we want to have an agile staff. We want to be able to support them with the training as well. So we look forward to giving you that presentation next month.
Thank you. Anything else? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Letty.
Okay, we're moving on to 8D, the policy change on DC local regarding employment practices.
All right, good evening, Board of Trustees. I'm here tonight to provide a short presentation regarding the administration's proposed changes to local policy DC pertaining to employment practices and to serve as a resource if you have any questions. My name is David Kaufman and I am proud to be the Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources and School Leadership heading into close to the end of my 6th month here in Navarro. In your board meeting materials, you have a redlined version of the policy showing the proposed revisions, in addition to the board action sheet providing the rationale for this change. In brief, the revised policy would delegate final hiring authority to the superintendent for contractual personnel for positions at the level of assistant principal and below. This slide shows this shows the proposed changes. The current policy is shown here on this current slide. The board has full authority to hire the superintendent, of course, who is commonly known as the board's one employee. Current policy delegates full authority to the superintendent to hire and terminate at-will employees. So those decisions do not have to come to the board. But for all contractual employees currently, the superintendent has sole authority to recommend candidates, but the board must vote to approve offering a contract. The next slide shows the proposed change, which delegates hiring authority for contractual positions below the level of principal to the superintendent. The board retains the final authority to terminate or non-renew all professional contracts upon the recommendation of the superintendent. It's important to note that the revised policy requires the superintendent to inform the board of all contractual employees hired. The primary rationale for the proposed change is to expedite the hiring of strong applicants in a very competitive job market. so we can fully staff our schools in a timely manner and prevent the loss of candidates to other districts. Every day without a signed contract keeps the door open for candidates to accept another district's offer, especially for the strongest candidates in the hardest to staff positions. Delegating this authority to the superintendent is authorized by the Texas Education Code, and it is consistent with the school board governance guidelines adopted by the State Board of Education. It keeps daily operations and management in the hands of the superintendent while maintaining the board's authority and capacity for oversight. It also recognizes the board's complete authority over hiring and evaluating its one employee, the superintendent. This is also common practice in nearby districts, with 10 of 13 districts that I surveyed delegating some or all contractual hiring authority to the superintendent. So thank you for considering this revision to local policy DC, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Floor is open for questions.
I don't know if I have a question as much as a couple of comments. So in terms of looking at this, and I understand the need for teachers, nurses, librarians, counselors, all of that. There's a high demand for that right now. It is very difficult to get that. I'm not really questioning that at all. As I look at policies from surrounding districts, Dr. Kaufman is exactly correct in that many districts delegate this authority. However, the majority of the wording that I'm seeing, it's limited in one of two ways. It is either limited by date, where there's a certain time period in which the full authority goes given to the superintendent, or it is more detailed in terms of, it actually lists out the positions that are allowed, which obviously would be, I think our point here is to open it up for teachers, nurses, counselors, and librarians. I don't know in terms of administration, I will say where I struggle just a little bit is Navarro has not historically been a place where we have had issues in terms of hiring assistant principals mid-year or principals or those in administrative positions. And so I'm just wondering if maybe in terms of wording the policy, if it should focus more on non-administrative, being more of those positions as far as blanket opening back. So I'm just looking at it from, global view of what the majority of the districts in the area that I have looked at in terms of how it's worded and whether or not we want to be the one outlier kind of in the area that does it differently. So I'm just,
Can we
in terms
get
of us discussing it, I just want to bring that up.
from the same perspective, can we get an estimate, or, I know you're obviously planning for the future.
Sure.
Do we know a roundabout figure of how many assistant principals we might need to hire in the next 2 years, 4 years?
Well, I would tell you that I would be looking to make a recommendation of adding an assistant, at least one assistant principal for next year. At that time, we're looking at numbers as we split. The reality is I need to have some level of parity, and so I'm not looking to jump to add a bunch of assistant principals at the elementary campus when we're looking at needing to build an administrative staff. So I would tell you on an estimate of, the next, year to 5 to. So if that's an issue and we want to say it stops at, below assistant principal, I think that's an easy edit, certainly for us to look at.
There's an example of a district that described it as below director, but not campus level administration. So they hold all campus level administration positions to board authority. But I do have a complete list of the 13 I'm happy to share with you, but it ranges from New Braunfels ISD, which delegates all contractual hiring authority to the superintendent. And then another district has below executive director, another has below director, another has below assistant principal, so they include assistant principals. Another says below director, but not campus level administration. 2 described as teachers, librarians, counselors, and nurses specifically. 1 has all non-supervisory contractual. So anyone who's not supervising someone else is subject to the superintendent. But from the 3-month period starting June 1st to August 31st, which is the peak urgent hiring season, all contractual hiring authority goes to the superintendent. Another district that you know well indicates that it's from May 1st until the first day of school. It's AP and below. It's dedicated to the superintendent. And then only 3 of those districts in our near surroundings have, like our policy, at will only. So I think that we would be a non-outlier, I think we're an outlier now. I think we could select any of those options and it would be a major step forward in terms of our ability to hire streamlining, in a streamlined fashion, without being an outlier necessarily. So it's really, leave it to Ms. Epley to respond to the recommended edits to this policy.
Right, and I do think the recommendation is solid. You know, I know though it's a move for the district. I think truly it's about communicating with the board, and I'm never not going to communicate with the board, but I know we don't make decisions on current superintendents. We make decisions about processes. That's something I preach a lot. It's not about a person, it's about a process, so we feel confident about the process. So, you know, I don't anticipate it being an issue. I do think we need to have a confident way of moving forward and maximizing the time, at the very least, on the campus positions, because it is harder and harder, and we are also finding a shift in the commitment approach. I think certainly those of us who have been teachers and educators for a long time, when someone interviewed you and said, we're going to recommend you, you stopped looking. That's not happening anymore. And that level of commitment of saying, well, I met with them and they're taking me forward to their board, just really on a consistent basis, we're seeing thrown out the window.
And when you say taking that candidate to your board, we're not walking them in here. We're not interviewing them, correct?
Yeah. Correct. But I have to bring them to you for approval at a board meeting. If it's not the regularly scheduled one, in the past what the district has done is call special meetings to try to get a quorum together. You know, what we're finding is just, especially on some of these ones that are later in the year, which is also another phenomenon. You didn't walk on your contract, you just didn't, and now that's not the case anymore. It complicates the time to get a quorum together.
I fully support this change, and for many reasons. One, I mean, are all 7 of us, do we feel like some of us have educational experience. I have deep knowledge of HR and hiring and discrimination and all of that, but are we really the best ones to be approving a hire? To me, it doesn't make sense, and I think that it should be at the superintendent level. I think there are issues with discrimination, potential issues with discrimination, confidentiality. If we're giving resumes to individuals but we're not able to meet them, it just doesn't make sense to me. I fully support this policy as written.
That's what I've always said, you know, we've hired Ms. Epley and Ms. Kaufman to hire these people. They know, and if they screw up, then they're gonna get fired. You know, it's kind of like that, you know, so it's really gonna fall back to them.
Yeah.
So,
Or if it goes bad, don't we just bring this again to the board?
I think this also helps put us at that governance level that we need to be at and get us out of these. We have a fully capable and competent superintendent that is not giving us any reason to think that this couldn't work. And like she said, it's a process thing, but if in the future it's somebody else, we or the board sitting at that time can always come back and readdress it. To the perspective of being an outlier, I like the word pioneer better. I said I like the word pioneer better. If we're gonna do something, if we're gonna be the first in something, I think pushing our level of governance up is a good example to be a pioneer in. I know the mid-year administrative thing isn't really an issue now, but it's not to say that it's not gonna be. And I really wanna focus our decision-making on forward thinking so that we're not behind the curve. I wanna keep us out front.
Yeah. And I want to be clear, I am not against providing the authority to Ms. Epley. I simply have questions and concerns simply, and I think we've said it best, and that I think right now we feel very confident in her ability to do really want to make sure that we're providing consistent oversight of what we need to be doing.
And I would just like to remind everybody, this doesn't change that we still have to bring to you the requests for additional positions. So, let's just say I decide to lose my mind, and say, you know, I think we need 10 APs, and we're gonna bring that, and I get to pick all of them, right? You have that oversight piece at that level to say, we don't see that as a need, we don't see that as fitting with the budget, you know, we need you to come back to us, and get that back down to a reasonable rationale as to why we need that. And I do think that is a preventative measure to some of the concerns that I think are probably echoed. I have those as well, of leaders, you know, bringing in a group of people that they may have a connection with, and it's not the right choice for the district. But that would be that initial level of oversight to say, I don't think you're bringing to us a realistic number of how many people we need, you know, position-wise. And then it would be what we're continuing to, and I like the verbiage, pioneer with our profiles for these particular positions, the consistency when we're asking for our interview committees to interview these folks, that the questioning is transparent, and I'm able to share that with the board about these are the standards in which we ask questions, they're behavioral based, and we're able to bring in the best people. Because yes, at the end of the day, if I'm consistently, and I would love to 100% say that never made a mistake in hiring, but I would say if I'm consistently bringing people that are not fulfilling the mission of what we need, we're having to let them go early, we're having to coach early. Number one, I'm probably going to say, maybe I need some training myself, but number two, you're gonna say, I think the policy needs to be adjusted, you're not doing the job, and I'm probably not gonna be your superintendent at that point either, because I'm not doing the job. So, you know, that's my, you know, my encouragement about it. But I do know it's a big change, and it takes some trust, and I definitely want you guys to feel comfortable with making the decision.
One last question, for me anyway. Is there, we were given an org chart at our first training, but I remember saying that org chart has a weird flow to it. Is there something in the peripheral, I'm just spouting things because I don't know, that is equal to an assistant principal that doesn't have the title of an assistant principal within an organization? Like, you know, we have coordinators, or we have directors, or we have, you know, in our org chart, what do we have that, I just wanna make sure we don't have anything that might fall under that above an assistant principal, but doesn't have the title of a principal, whether that's a maintenance guy over there. I don't know.
So,
You know,
so this slide, it's kind of hard to read there, but that shows the pay grades for the administrative professional. That AP in this case means administrative professional, not assistant principal. And so, again, I'm not so sure that's legible, but the principal, you can see the square or the rectangle around the principal high school, which is at the second highest level at the pay structure at AP 7, and then the principals for the other 3 campuses are at the AP 6. You can see that some of those high school positions, like the academic dean and assistant principal, are on the same level as the principals, and then you see the directors scattered throughout the different pay levels. And so
by that, a director of fine arts is the same as a principal, director of, or an academic dean is the same as a principal. Okay, that's the question I'm asking right there. Okay.
And I think that's one of the things that, I mean, we say very specifically assistant principal or not, but to his point, we're talking about other positions, so can we make that campus administration? Can we make the wording more clear as to what your hiring authority is? Because if it does in fact include some of those others, or is it based on, you know, a particular administrative
Should we
you
call
know,
AP
if
five?
you're an assistant principal elementary, are you also hiring the Michigan? I'm just,
Sure.
I mean, I kind of agree with that. Can
So-
we be more clear on what we are allowing you to hire versus just, you know, to match some of the wording of the other ones? Again, it's not about not giving you the
No,
authority,
I
it's
agree.
about making it clear as to what you do have the authority to do.
Right.
Yeah, so there's an alternate language that Shirk, Cibolo, Universal City, and Northside both use, which is basically defining it as below director at the central office level, and not including campus level administration.
Yeah.
So that would be a way to address both pieces that you were talking about, would be to say that the board could retain hiring authority over assistant principals and academic dean, yet define it as below director at the central office level. And that would remove it from the pay scale as far as it, and would put it more of a focus on the supervisory role.
Right. And I would say just not assigning it by pay scale would be smart, because as you get your TASB reviews and you adjust pay scale, somebody that was on the AP 5 may move to AP 6 or may move down, depending on how that market value changes. And as we add positions, new positions in, that might shift that. So I think to your point, Dr. Kaufman, if the language in action, if someone wanted to make a motion to alter the language and then get that approval to read, as you stated, the directors and above at the central level, and supervisory at the, and then you would be able to then vote for that change and then vote to approve that with the language as that stated.
Any other questions or requests for clarification?
That helped a lot, thank you.
And may I say one more thing? My recommendation still would be to delegate as much authority to the campus principal to hire the team that they need to achieve the goals that are set for them. Because similar to the superintendent, our principals are accountable for the achievement of their students at the campus and for the performance of their staff. And so trying to empower our principals to be able to select with, knowing that they are selecting the most capable assistant principals and academic deans. And then the checks and balance on that in this model would be the superintendent to ensure that that principal's following the correct processes in making that selection. I also understand though the board's interest in perhaps having some final authority over those supervisory positions. But I would say the two decision points here are, do you want to redefine at the central office as below director, and that way it's really defining it as supervisory at that department level. And then the second question would be, do you want to include assistant principals and the academic dean, or not?
Right.
And we can fix the wording on that before you get to consent agenda.
I'm agreeable to that. I think because it's for a role, not a person, I think that needs to be clarified.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it needs to be clear what we're doing.
Can somebody who can word it well make the motion? This is my second meeting.
Or do you want to just rewrite it and then it goes to consent and then?
I think they would
That,
still.
that
I
is
think
still
we have to
consent,
pull it
yeah.
out of consent.
When we get to consent, someone will pull it and ask any questions they still have, propose the language that they're asking for it to be changed to, and then you can take a vote on approving that language, and then you would take a vote again to say, based on that new language, we're approving that or we're disapproving that, if that's the direction you want to take.
So just to be clear, we're talking about providing authority for campus administration or basically campus personnel, campus administration versus counselors, librarians, assistant principals, academic deans, so on, from basically everybody excluding the principal. Campus administration excluding the principal.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct?
Yes.
And any, so pretty much campus administration excluding the principal and above is what would come to us. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that what we're talking about? Are we talking about also providing the authority for directors? Because I heard you say that, Dr. Kaufman. Are we also asking to say for directors can hire their specialists and so on that report to their staff, or are we?
So
I'm
ultimately,
just saying that in terms
yeah.
of like how we word this when we get to the motion, what specifically, because we've talked about both things. I think it started out assistant principal and below, but then when we got to this discussion, then we kind of talked about directors having the authority to hire their specialists and so on. So if we're going to word it, let's get it right.
So the authority really would rest in the superintendent regardless. The authority is either in the superintendent or the board. And so, what I heard and what I would be recommending for the changes would be to say district level administration at director and higher, right? Or district level administration below director. And then however you want to define it at the campus level, which would either be principal or campus level administration would be the choice. Because campus level administration, and you could specify it means principal, assistant principal, academic dean. But it's really, so we would have one statement for admin at the central and one statement for campus admin.
Right, and to clarify your point, yes, the first point would be correct, that what he was endorsing is that that principal is able to say, I support this person being my assistant principal, I know I'm responsible for them, and then I would say, okay, it's on you, and I reviewed it, and I agree, but it is on you, and that would not come to the board. But everything else higher would come to the board. And I don't feel comfortable, from a campus point of view, those pieces that they have something, at the campus level. I think that we're essentially saying if they're floating between campuses, they are central staff. So that is pushing.
Staff comes back to.
That's coming back to the board. That above piece of directors, specialists, we're out of the classroom now, we're elevated to a central level. That was my interpretation of the above above assistant principal is principals and above directors, executive directors, CFO, those specialists that are in that group. As long as they are not a campus-based position, that's coming to you guys from a higher level. That was my interpretation, yes.
Okay, I have a question because I'm not sure I understand. So we're addressing the authority that we're giving you, but you also recommended addressing the authority we were giving the campus administrators?
No, I'm sorry, no.
I was
Just
gonna say,
to
'cause
clarify.
we cannot do that. That
No.
was not on here.
No.
Just
Okay.
to clarify that,
Okay.
I'm just saying from the perspective of the principal, I'm accountable as a principal for staffing my campus correctly. And that's how the board then holds
Okay.
that accountable, is like, you're holding the superintendent accountable for holding the principal accountable. I'm saying that therefore you do not need to focus on the details of who they're hiring.
Okay.
But again, where do you want the cutoff at the campus level and where do you want the cutoff at the district level? And I can reword that and submit that as a recommended wording for a motion when we get to the consent agenda. So I'll work on that. I'll hand it to you and we'll go from there. Any other questions for me?
Anything else before he goes to work on that little essay? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna move on. Okay, so we are moving on to 8E, Board of Trustees Committee assignments. So, for the record, I'm just gonna read into the record where we all are serving now on these committees, and then we'll go into our discussion on that. So the current board member committee assignments are as follows. The Athletic Advisory Committee consists of Donna Gilliam, Melissa Sartain, Lacey Gosh, and Joel Frederick, because he was a member prior to the board election. The Compensation Task Force includes Clint Scheib, Dan Reinhardt, and Becky Stevenson. Navarro Education Foundation is Dan Reinhardt. Safety and Security Committee is Donna Gilliam and Melissa Sartain. DIC and SHAC meet concurrently, and so Donna Gilliam is in those meetings and on the SHAC. Collaborative Visioning is myself, and then Facilities, Long Range, Master Planning, and the Bond Oversight Committee consist of Dan Reinhardt, Lacey Gosh, Clint Scheib, and Joel Frederick, as he was a member prior to the board election. So to read into the record, the reason that we're visiting this is because we have a few of these committees now that have 4 trustees on them, and that creates a quorum at any of these meetings. And And so we try to avoid that, for lack of a better term. It doesn't serve the committees well, to end up having to have a trustee quorum at their committee meetings. So we want to revisit that. The Safety and Security Committee, I have to be on that statutorily. The president has to be on that committee. So that's one that I need to remain on, in this position. And then, the Facilities Long Range Master Planning Bond Oversight Committee, I want to recommend that we make every effort to either have the president or the vice president of any sitting board on that committee. I think that's important, especially when it's a bond oversight committee. There's a lot of conversation that happens, but that's just my own recommendation on that. That's not anything anybody has to agree with. Am I losing it? Sorry. This feels fancy. Okay, so if we want to address the Athletic Advisory Committee first, because, well, actually, before we do that, is there anybody on any committee that cannot continue serving or does not want to continue to serve that we need to move around?
I would like to see if somebody else would like to sit with the SHAC and the DEIC. It seems to conflict every time with some of my other meetings that I'm already involved in.
Okay.
Somebody wanted to do that. They meet 4 times a year, and it's always fallen on my Facebook or something.
What is the meeting date and time of those? Like how we have third Mondays, well, most of the time we have third Mondays. What is your schedule?
I do not know.
She's gonna pull it up, yeah.
Donna, how about we trade? Because I can't do Education Foundation. It's always during the day.
Well, that's always the second Monday, and that's my booster club meetings.
In the morning? It's at 10 in the morning.
On what days? They moved it, because when I sat on it, it was always on the second Monday, so they must have moved it.
It's during the day, so I can't ever do it, so.
I would have to see what date, because I work part-time, so. If anyone has that date.
Is that Education Foundation that's in the morning? Is it on Zoom?
No.
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 Can you check the last one so that we know when we have the last
Okay.
foundation meeting?
meets on February 3rd, 5:30 in the library, and April 7th, those are the last 2.
I'd like to do the DEIC.
Okay.
That one is together. They do DEIC and SHAC together the same day.
They meet together.
So you can.
Okay.
Kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
I
Okay.
appreciate the school health advisory committee, we just got a request about a new curriculum, that I'd love to discuss, so, for safety, student safety.
Okay, so I'm reading into the record that Becky Stevenson is going to be representing the board in the DEIC and the SHAC.
I can do Education Foundation if I know what days they.
It's traditionally the second Mondays unless there's a holiday, and they do meet between 10 and 10:30 in the morning.
Okay, I can do that, because I'm off on Mondays, as long as they don't interfere with my other scheduled meetings, mid-evening.
Okay, so we're replacing Dan Reinhardt, with Donna as the trustee representative for the Navarro Education Foundation. Okay, compensation task force is safe unless anybody wants to move off or. That one good, okay. So there is room on safety and security and on collaborative visioning. Collaborative visioning is not moving right now.
We are not meeting right now. We'll do one follow-up meeting, because now it's just about, we have a vision, so we'll be doing a report. They'll get one meeting where we'll go through each of the quarterly reports and then see, are we ready to transition one of those action pieces, because it's complete, to a next elevated level, and then bring that to the board. So it's really a one and done annually, unless we're seeing we're not meeting goals, and we'll bring those folks back. But that's not in my plan, so.
Anybody else want to be on that? Okay,
I can do, since I'm last in on those ones that I'm fourth on, since I'm the last trustee in, wherever Miss Epley wants more red dots.
Hey, I love it.
okay, so that brings me to another. You've been on the Facilities Long Range Master Planning Committee
Okay.
since like 2017.
Yes.
And I'm not gonna, I would like for you to remain on that, but I'm not going to be like, Joel has to stay on there. But, you've had almost a decade worth of input and stuff on there, and I just feel like your commitment and your dedication to that committee, I don't know, should be mentioned or recognized. I don't really want you off that committee, but that's not my choice.
Once again, I recognize that I'm the last in, so I love construction and planning and all that sort of stuff, but if nobody else wants to leave, then it is what it is. But yes, 2017 is when it all started.
I do think that Joel should stay on that committee, actually. I actually was on it just because I've been part of the planning for this place for a long time, and I have a lot of the other ones, but I will be happy to step off if that is what is needed.
So on the Facilities Long Range Master Planning and Bond Oversight Committee, it's going to be Dan Reinhardt, Clint Scheid, and Joel Frederick. And then, I'm going to step out of the Athletic Advisory Committee. Joel has been involved in athletics far longer than I have, and Donna and Lacey have students in the program, so I think that their input there is valuable. I will ask though, if there's ever a time that you guys are not gonna make one of those meetings, if you'll reach out and let me know so that I can attend in your place, I would like to do that. Everybody, okay. And then I think that's,
And I'll join the shack and the ESD also.
okay. And then, Lacey, I know at one point in time you had mentioned, being interested in safety and security, but at the time you were stacked 3 in there. Are you still interested in safety and security at all? Okay. Okay. As long as, no, it does not.
It does not.
No, we meet in the evening, and Robbie gets us free attention.
Food, Robbie?
No,
So-
no, no,
So-
you don't wanna be on that committee.
Sorry, Nicole. So, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and read, the changes into the record then. Athletic Advisory Committee, Donna, Lacey, and Joel. Compensation Task Force, Clint, Dan, and Becky. NEF is Donna. Safety and Security, Donna, myself, and Lacey. DEIC and SHAC are Becky and Dan. I'm on Collaborative Vision, and then Facilities Long Range Master Planning and Bond Oversight is Dan, Clint, and Joel. Any other discussion, comments, concerns? Okay, then I think we're set on that. We're going to move on to item number 9, high school construction and bond 2021 and 2024 update, from Melissa at AGCM.
Good late evening, Madam President, Assembly, and members of the board. Thank you for having me this evening. I have some updates. You saw some earlier. We'll go through the high school here first. And there it is now. So at the exterior, we have EFS work, which you can clearly see from Highway 123. That's starting on the 2-story classroom portion on the east side of the building. And the masonry work as well. So as we go from, if you're facing the building from 123, we're basically going right to left. This is the admin portion of the building with the masonry work just about complete. They're starting to remove scaffolding in that area. Move around to the back, this is the CTE, that first overhead door is your band hall, and then moving to the left goes down to the CTE program. So we have waterproofing going up, scaffolding setting up, getting ready for the masonry work, which when we turn the corner is happening on the backside. This is the locker room, the backside of the locker room area. Taking a peek into the classrooms, we've been speaking about sheetrock going up. We have first coat up on the walls. Ceiling is going up now. Most all of the ceiling work is complete. In the classroom areas, sorry. Also in the classroom areas, we have ceramic tile going up. Some of the bathrooms toward the north side of the building are fully tiled, and this is a sample of what's happening in the corridors. There's a full bathroom that's fully tiled. We look at the admin area. I brought back our little overall site plan, which you can't really see my yellow dot, but it's there. Oh, I use the pointer deal. All right, there. That's kind of your view looking down the hall. Again, sheetrock up. There's no first coat yet on these walls, but we got door frames in. Above ceiling work still continuing. Another shot down one of the other hallways there in the admin portion. Sheetrock going up, above ceiling work, door frames. In the open common area, still a lot of overhead, mechanical ductwork going in, electrical, storm drains. They're adding the concrete to the stairs there in the social area. Another shot from upstairs, you can see most all the sheetrock work, and this is all still in that two-story classroom building, and then the windows, the glass in, the frames and glass in. Looking at the cafeteria, again, sheetrock happening there, still continuing to frame out in the higher walls, all the above ceiling work continues. I didn't have a picture of the kitchen, but the kitchen as well. The kitchen is framing, all the plumbing, all the in-wall electrical, no sheetrock yet in the kitchen. Auditorium, everything is happening in there. I explained to you about the dance floor they have. There's scaffolding like right there. So they have work above ceiling happening there, all the framing, sheetrock, all the trades are working in that area. Dance and cheer studio, all that CMU walls, all the CMU walls are finally up. And so we're gonna just touch on all the CTE areas. They have block filling going, additional CMU areas finishing, electrical work, plumbing, above ceiling, and another shot, same, all that CTE area. So the left, this is the day that, last Thursday when we were taking pictures, we were not allowed to go through this, but this is essentially your weight room and your practice gym area. They're working on finishing up those high CMU walls, so we can get the roofing finished in those areas. To the right is an example of the locker rooms, getting ready to start the interior walls in the locker rooms now as well. Shot of the competition gym. Again, you can see these gentlemen up on the scaffolding finishing this wall here. They just finished that back CMU wall and then the side walls that go all the way up, trying to get that up so we can continue on the roofing work there. Same again, the duct work, sprinklers, electrical, all still happening in that area. Ag barn is coming together well. All the exterior walls are up. So I took an overhead shot too. You see they have the roof there as well. And taking a peek on the inside, all the insulation, wall liner. Wall liner's going up, insulation is in. They're beginning to work on the CMU walls for the storage room, feed room, the washout areas. Peek at the roof. Most all the roofing you'll see in one of the later photos of the overall are complete, except for those gym areas. So this is just a sample of the high roof up on the auditorium, the fly loft, and they're starting the EFS work up there as well. The picture to the left is the locker rooms. So milestones. I put this together last week for the bond committee meeting, and I thought it'd be important to bring to you all again. We had groundbreaking a little over a year ago, public infrastructure last October. Site work began November 23, steel erection began March 24, we're into roofing. We had temporary power in May, sheetrock began in August, and now we have the ag barn. So overall site photo for this month. Site work hasn't really progressed much. We have a bus drive in the back of the building, but that's where all the heavy equipment and construction traffic is flowing, so we're not going to hit that area quite yet. So as far as site work, we'll start working on the main entry here in the next couple of weeks. You've seen the box culverts out there. But otherwise you can see the roofing. This is the south side of the building looking towards the north. And then from the east side of the building, see the scaffolding up for all the EFS work and masonry work. On average, we probably have 150 to 200 tradesmen on the campus, on the project daily. Upcoming, so traffic signal, we've had initial meetings with TxDOT. The traffic signal itself is a 6-month lead time, so we've released that. We have an allowance for traffic signal, so nothing's out of budget, or it's still with all the procurement stage, but getting ready to start all that work there at 123 on the main entrance. What's gonna happen first is we need to get the drainage at the link curve there in first. So they'll have access point when we start working at the main entry, so we can still continue with construction. As far as FF&E, it's on your items for this evening to review and approve. And then the Link-Huber intersection, county came back to Claycomb and wanted another survey to actually show the right-of-way impact to the adjacent properties. So that has now been received by Claycomb and Civil, and we'll send back another schematic design essentially to come to an agreement with the county on, this is what it's gonna take. Please remove this from our permit obligations, so we don't worry about occupancy, as there's a whole thoroughfare plan through the county, and we wanna inconvenience everybody one time. Okay. As far as the bond items, Scott was here this evening speaking to the athletic complex. As far as the elementary school, okay, so for the athletic complex, we are still in SD design. He showed you the general layout. We're still working with Civil to figure out drainage. Geotech finished last week. We need that geotech report to come back so they can confirm their structural placement of all the buildings. As far as the elementary school, we are in schematic design, and we're meeting on that, not for the next couple of weeks. All these projects have a lot of legwork that have gone into them, so they're in various stages of design. I will tell you that as we spoke on the playground improvements, we are working hard to get design that's within budget. So when the designs are coming to y'all, they're in budget, in range of budget, where we still need to make some tweaks, but still meeting the needs of the long-range plan and meeting all the goals of the long-range plan of the district. So parking and playground, you had Corgan here this evening. Chiller replacement, we had a design review with O'Connor Robertson last week. Working with Robbie and the team just to make sure that all the controls, everything that's going to be replaced works with the new equipment. The existing elementary and intermediate refresh and the junior high remodel refresh. We're still in the design, reviewing scope, reviewing the long range plan, looking at our budgets, what can we do for the budgets that we have set aside for those based on the long range plan, and then looking forward. So I throw this on there, before I remembered, sorry, Bartlett was gonna be here tonight, but it's the design that you've already seen, just the basic layout. And this is a basic layout of the elementary that LPA proposed at the bond committee meeting. So again, there's a lot of civil, the land is perfectly flat. So there's a lot of civil design. We just got Terracon on board to begin geotech. So I expect that would be here in the next couple of weeks. Finalizing the actual layout of the school and the needs, and then again, coming back to budget and making sure we're meeting the needs and we're staying within budget. Is there any questions?
The timeline for the chiller replacement, is gonna be along the same as the parking lots?
No, chiller replacement is gonna happen so a year from now, when the existing high school occupies, we're gonna leave that semester, January to August of July of 26 empty. Get that chiller replacement done then,
That
we'll
whole semester is empty.
yeah, do that work, do the refresh work, take advantage of nobody being in the building.
Understand.
Okay, and I may be jumping ahead a little bit, but about the elementary south, on the design on that, we're making sure that it's gonna be consistent with what we're doing over here with these campuses, right? We're not gonna have to go through moving along gangway again.
No, no, we're building it so that we do have, that long, you see that red pathway right now? This is our current concept. And of course, it looks like it's far from the building, but that's steps. There will be, a sidewalk with a canopy meeting at that space right now. That's, the gym. And that red path, it goes all the way up there. That is your queuing line for parent drop off and pick up. And then the blue, pathway right there is buses. And that's the cafeteria right there, so buses would be able to go straight into, cafeteria. And then the path right there for students to walk, from those houses, right at the last street of Navarro Oaks. I think, Robbie, you said you estimated it was about a 4-minute walk. So this looks really massive when you look at it. It's really hard for me to wrap my head around it. But it's, when you look at the scale, it's a little bit different. But the idea is that you're moving that off. Now, yes, we still have East Martindale, which the city has ultimately a plan to extend all the way up to 20. So you will still have officers that are guiding people on and off of East Martindale, but we've built in a much longer run to prevent that from backing up on East Martindale.
I just wanted to make sure we had continuity in design, and that we're not gonna deal with this same issue 5 years from now.
I would like to not, no ma'am.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
I would like to say one other thing, that we had some folks who were upset about that. But I think what we were able to kind of wrap our heads around that the community hasn't before is this is one school. We're not trying to load and unload 3 and 4 campuses off of one main road. This is just one school, so. But again, I don't want to make any promises that there won't be traffic. There's always traffic. It doesn't matter whether it's one school or multiple schools. When it's drop off and pick up time, there will always be traffic.
A quick question. I came from an elementary school that was in a neighborhood similar to the way that is 4 years ago. But is there any easements at all between any of that row of houses at all? Because that's a far corner of the neighborhood where we would ask them to walk.
Yeah.
Is there any easements at all? Is there any drainage easements or anything that's through there?
Yes, all that green space in the front
No, I mean,
and there.
I mean, between the houses is what I mean, actually.
Like, yes, there is an easement. I don't have that easement memorized, but there is an easement there. Because we have the power lines
Right,
up this side as well.
I don't mean behind, I mean
Here?
straight down.
Here?
So,
No, you're talking about going between the houses.
between the houses.
There's a road, I'm looking at Google Maps right now, there's a road right there, right there.
Right,
Well,
right, that's the main road
That's,
coming in.
that's
And the
it.
the only
city's
one that shows
requiring
all that's
us
here.
to
Okay.
put a
Everything else
future turnaround
I just
area with
remember
pedestrian gate.
growing up, the way the houses were built with drainage between them, because the way drainage is around here, there was actually a sidewalk that went over there. We were able to make another entrance for walking students with a walk-through gate.
Oh, I see what you're asking.
See what I'm saying? Because we would be asking students to walk the other side of the neighborhood and then walk in. We would try to deter students from walking out onto Martindale and then back in the gate. But if there's not an easement already, then we don't really have a choice.
So again, with the city of Seguin, we're gonna do road work out here, we're gonna have to put
Maybe
sidewalks and
sidewalks
turn lanes,
Sure.
yeah.
I was just hoping that there was something in that neighborhood already that had an easement where we could just put a walk-through gate where the students could walk through or ride their bikes or.
The only place for that is that road right there where we have the required turnaround. There is no easement anywhere else along that back
And
lane.
the perimeter
That's all I
will
was
be
asking.
fenced anyhow, because it's statutory, so.
Mhm.
Good question though.
Anything else? Joel?
No, dude, hurry up.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, thank you, Melissa. Okay, so we are ready to move into item 10, reports. Sorry, hold on.
We're ready to move into item 10, reports.
Any comments, questions, or concerns on the campus with department activity reports? Okay, if not, we'll move into the superintendent's report.
All right, and if you guys would mind advancing, I'm going to go ahead and stay here since we'll quickly move into our quarterly report. So starting first with our enrollment. So you'll see here, that's not what you should see. Our enrollment is going to be slightly down from our previous month that I reported. We're down 1 in elementary at 725, intermediate down 671, and this is again as of December 13th. Down 3 at the junior high at 602, and we're holding steady at 701 at the high school. You know, it's common this time of year to see folks exit out, whether that is custody scenarios, whether it's a good time for folks to move because it's the semester, but we anticipate seeing that continued growth as we return. We'll see new families who are moving to this area at that semester break. We're slightly down in our attendance, but only slightly, and we're still within our budgeting attendance rate of 94.67%. Do want to talk about our upcoming events. As you know, before any break, we have a ton of holiday events. We've already had some fantastic holiday presentations and performances, as well as some very active basketball tournaments and games in December. But we today were able to see our folks who qualified for Region Band perform at Davenport today for their band performance. And then we'll see in January Gabby Sassenhagen, who qualified for area performing on the 4th. So we have our second grade music performance on the 17th, as well as our high school boys and girls basketball. Our family night and holiday potluck for our ESL families and students will be on the 18th. And the 19th, we'll see our secondary early release, as well as the elementary Jingle Bell Run. This will be a first time for our secondary early release on its own, so working with our transportation department to make sure that that runs smoothly. We will have another early release. This is what we've done before, when we have everybody early releasing on that Friday the 20th. We'll have our intermediate reindeer run and then early release for all students and staff. 26th through the 28th, we have a high school boys basketball tournament. That's at Nixon. And then on the 27th, high school girls basketball. All through the holiday, basketball keeps rolling. So our basketball parents that are on the board know this. But 2nd and 3rd, we'll have basketball games. And then again, that area band audition. Our teachers will have a work day and return on the 6th. And then our students will return on the 7th and we continue with basketball. We do want to honor our law enforcement partners on Law Enforcement Appreciation Day on the 9th, as well as we'll have a FAFSA night. For those of you who have gone through that process or are about to go through that process, it has changed dramatically. And so we want to make sure we're communicating with families about what that FAFSA process looks like. They also track how many of our students have gone through that process, and I get reports on that. And so I'm able to communicate that with the high school about, and it looks like we still have some seniors who haven't engaged in that process, and we're able to track that and continue to support those families. We're having our team of 8 board training on the 13th, and we have the basketball games continuing. Super excited about the Panther Shake Championship. We had our semifinals. I know we had some board members who participated in that. And just, I did not go in on purpose because I don't want to be biased for the finals, but I got to hear lots of really positive feedback on that event. And so I'm excited to see our finalists shake on the 17th. We also are building up that UIL academic team for the final UIL competition, and so there are academic tournaments happening all through January. Speech and debate is a big part of what we've been trying to build, and we've got some students who are really setting an example and helping to recruit younger kids into that program. We'll have a student and staff holiday on the 20th. That does adjust our schedule as far as meeting as a board. And so our board meeting shifts to later in January. But we're also bringing in our youth show, our incoming freshman night. Had a great conversation today with our new CTE director, who I hope everybody gets to meet, Melissa Gossett, tonight before you leave, about a really intentional day for students at the junior high level to come in, see our programs of study, see the opportunities that we offer, and really streamline that process so that not only the students are getting to see that before making course selections, but parents are aware as well of the programs that we're offering so we can continue to grow those programs. We will also start powerlifting and winter guard, so lots of opportunities. The Midwinter Conference is the 26th through the 29th, and we have a board meeting on the 27th. So lots of things happening between now and when we meet. Any questions? Okay. I'd like to move us into our Collaborative Vision Quarterly Report. As you know, board members, we went through the process of creating a collaborative vision, and that collaborative vision has been the touchstone for moving this district forward and the decisions that we make and bring to the board for approval. So we are ready to present our December second quarter report, and we went ahead and gave it to you in hard copy today. Our folks over there will be flipping through the digital flip book. This will be published for all of our community to see, and there is a QR code for anyone who's in the audience if you'd like to flip along. As we put this together and talked about how we were highlighting moving forward in areas, we were very pleased to see that we have a robust report for our community and certainly for you board members. I'm going to hit some of the highlights, specifically that we are a A-rated, superior rating first financial district, and that we set some legislative priorities. I think that that is something that has not been common in this district, at least recently, and so being ready and prepared for the 89th legislature and being ready to communicate, whether it is, I know we've got board members attending that legislative session that we're going to go and talk and be able to communicate some of our concerns, but staying aware and communicating with those who represent us. We also cover in our academic services section the specific things that I know some of you were inquiring about as Ms. McMullen did her report last time. That's those instructional frameworks as we work through our implementation of the high quality instructional materials. And so we cover those pieces, as well as the revitalization of the SHAC committee and DEIC, covering some of our needs assessments and bringing those forward as areas where we can improve and we're getting feedback from our community. Continued work on professional learning and elevating our digital citizenship training through instructional technology, as well as assessing our technical skills of our teachers in implementing instructional technology. We have some folks who are quite proficient and are providing some really good training for some of their staff mates and demonstrating that in the classroom. We also have some teachers that are not comfortable in instructional technology. The use of their smartboard to project notes may be the extent of their instructional technology. And so Michaela created this matrix to help us, one, identify where we are on the continuum. She's been presenting that, presented it at Techtober publicly, and then we're able to take that and start building some professional supports for our staff and really start to set that standard. As a one-to-one district, we have opportunity to really grow that and provide some engaging ways that students are using the technology to learn. So we also cover our instructional coaching pieces in this quarterly report, as well as some of those improved strategies we're able to pass down for our gifted and talented students, so that we're seeing that program become more robust in meeting student needs, starting to look at opportunities to address our families for some specific needs, those twice exceptional students, how to manage perfectionism in that population when they feel paralyzed to do the work. And so those are some of the things we'll be looking at implementing and see some feedback in our next quarterly report. We're also talking about awareness of dyslexia and the supports we offer there, and really meeting the needs of all of our students. You can see some very specific programs that we are in the process of developing and are also getting feedback on as you go through this, including the English as a second language, which we'll again be bringing in January. You move into our CTE programs, where you're going to see how we're helping to introduce students to manufacturing opportunities here in Seguin. We are working on that relationship with the city of Seguin to create internship opportunities, connections for our kids, recognition for our kids. We also are continuing that entrepreneurship program with our floral design classes, exposing students to career expos and opportunities there. And then of course continuing with our CTE and those skill levels beyond just the work that they do with land and animals and plant science, but also those leadership skills that you see with those LDE presentations. As you move through, you're going to see the Future Fair that we offered in October. We have done after-action reviews on these to see how we can improve and get more folks to engage with those, as well as military visits. And we've been talking with folks about what are some of those barriers with the military side, as well as I have student advisory, where I have a young man who's very adamant that we need to bring ROTC on board. And so I'll be talking with you guys about what that looks like, because it is a very large expense in the first 3 years before you have that sponsorship. So we'll be talking through that. Of course, this gives you some more detail on our Ready, Engaged, Prepared programs. Right now, our parents can log in and see K-5 readiness standards for their students and some supports if they feel that their student is not meeting that readiness standard. We are, of course, continuing to build and support and advertise out the engaged pieces. Students do better when they're engaged in activities at school, whether that's traditional activities of fine arts and athletics, or those are some other areas where we're building and expanding. Cyber Patriots, another way for students to get involved with learning on computers, learning how to stop a cyber attack. This is a fantastic program that the military implemented to be able to recruit folks, because it is a major part of our nation's safety and security. And so we are building that program. It's also a great pipeline for our students who are interested in our P-TECH program that allows them to get cybersecurity experience and a pipeline into a program for cybersecurity. We also, again, are expanding our UIL academic teams And then we've got our literacy and math nights to encourage students outside of the classroom. And then Panther Shake, which we all know is about building those personal skills. What we know how to do on a screen is very important, but can we speak to people outside the screen is also equally important, and that really is an edge for our kids. Part of what I think is hard to delineate in some of these quarterly reports is that everything doesn't fall under one, area. When I look at American Sign Language, the board already adopted that as a program. So it's not a new program, but it is an engaging program now because we were able to hire and use our hiring techniques to move away from that programming being solely online, an online program that was not engaging, to now having an excellent educator who is engaging students in performance. We've already seen them at Veterans Day, we've seen them at games, even though they're not actually performing at the game, you'll see in the stand the students, when national anthem comes along, they're using their skill and they are doing the sign language along with it. But they did a phenomenal, every single class participating on the 6th in a phenomenal holiday concert where they got to perform to traditional holiday songs. Our Panther Running Club is back and engaged. That went away with COVID, as many of our clubs did, and we are bringing those things back. You can see here our success with band, as I mentioned, those region band auditions, as well as jazz band and area qualifications. You can see our visual arts programs expanding from the intermediate and elementary, art club coming from the intermediate. Our dance programs continuing to expand with that TDEA pilot I had mentioned at our last board meeting, so that we're able to hopefully encourage the UIL to give them an actual competition that aligns with other UIL competitions. Our theater program is absolutely blossoming here at the intermediate. We had 70 students who auditioned for Seussical the Musical. So that program is thriving. We're hoping to see that go vertical and continue to build all the way up through the high school level. And then our elementary and intermediate music programs continuing to go along. As well as we had our Fine Arts Showcase recently. It's a very busy time on the Navarro campuses. That day we had a 7th grade basketball going on. We had our Fine Arts going on. We had a safety and security meeting. And you really got to see the campuses maximized. Again, I think one of the things we are seeing as a practice in this district is after-action reviews. Why is it not effective? Why were we not able to get student or parent engagement? Or we did see phenomenal engagement, but maybe too many things on the campus at once. Maybe we needed to plan for additional ways to get people to the right location or the parking lot that they needed to be at. So I think that's a developing process that is helping us to achieve the goals of the collaborative vision. You're gonna see here, and unfortunately, Coach Blunt is ill tonight, or he would be here to help talk. So he's gonna come in January to talk a little bit about the progress with athletics and our athletic advisory. But you can see here the engagement we're seeing for our athletics. Particularly proud of cheer moving into their first year of competitions, and we're seeing those initial competitive feedbacks coming for them so that they'll be ready for UIL Spirit. And then of course we had the recognitions tonight for some of the amazing things that all of our athletes have been doing, whether that be football, whether that be basketball, volleyball, soccer. Tremendous turnout for soccer. I think initially total boys and girls, 90 folks showing an interest, and for the ones who stuck it out, a little bit closer to 75, really hanging in there for the whole time of the tryout. So absolutely seeing that program get started on the right foot. Cross country, tennis, all of those, and we had a wonderful banquet where we honored those folks. Continuing with our community engagement with our younger students, being able to engage with athletics, and seeing that program develop more of that vertical alignment and getting that feedback from our athletics advisory. So part of Navarro Prepared is one of the talking points that this board has been very interested in. I know for several years the conversation has been about we're developing advanced academics, right? We're developing. And what we've really charged our team to do is get a timeline, and the developing needs to be something that's visible to our families, to you as a board. What is the timeline? When is it happening? What have we added? What will we be adding? And then again, how do we know? What evidence do we have that every child, every parent knows the process that their child goes through as they transition from elementary and intermediate to making choices about their schedule and getting to a place of a pathway or program of study that is going to lead them to postgraduate success? Whether that is, I don't like CCMR, I think that is very confusing to parents. What is not confusing to parents is my child will be enrolled, my child will be employed, or my child will be enlisted. So if I can communicate that and we are able to see that, we know we are truly making progress. And part of that is the implementation of Zello. That is that online program that our teachers and students will be able to utilize. My students in student advisory talked about this as well, that this is something that has to happen so that we are moving away from some of the old ways of paper course cards and kind of waiting till you meet your counselor and talk through it. It's really an active process that you see all the way through and that parents can access online and talk through and then work with counselors. So how we're developing that piece and moving forward, I think we saw some good progress this quarter, and you should see increased progress in our next quarter. As I said, that human resource piece is a huge part of all of our progress. If we do not have quality folks in every single position, we are not able to move the vision forward to action. So what you see in the report from the quarterly piece on human resources is obviously continuing the compensation task force and talking through those needs that our employees have and what they see as true incentives that we can utilize to get more folks on board. The teacher incentive allotment, we are in our calibration phase and continuing to work on that. Digitalizing all of our records so that we're able to access things quickly. And then obviously reaching out with our career fairs. Big part of human resources is recognizing folks, and so what you see with that also leads into our communication, and that is those recognition of our hearts of gold, the various months, highlighting specific wins that staff have, whether they're recognized by their organizations or they received an award. We're going to take the time to recognize them, all the way down to everyone now on their birthday receives a digital birthday card with our Panther mascots, wishing them the best birthday. And so we'll continue developing those opportunities to really keep that great feel of personal touch with our employees. So you'll see we did have the final digital upload of our new seal. We have also developed an employee newsletter that comes out called the Almanac. This gives them months in advance where we're headed, what are some key points they need to take note of, specific things they need to do, for example, as you leave for the holidays. And that's a way to streamline, for anyone who's in education, everyone in education loves emails. And you will end up with 100 emails by the end of the day. And this is a way for us to streamline those things like, this is what you need to do with your technology before you leave, and so you're not hearing it from your principal and the technology director and the head of academics. It's all coming in one streamlined communication to you. And then of course trying to add more videos where we can and engage people with that. We're excited about the recognition that we are a Purple Star campus, in fact a Purple Star district, because every one of our campuses qualified for that, and continuing to reach out and support our military families. The student advisory, I'm super excited. I kept them an extra hour. I asked council if I could. What they're gonna share with you is really profound. It aligns with the direction we're headed, but I think really gave me some personal connection to why it is so important that we improve these things. These are seniors who can tell you exactly why they're important for us to improve. And we had some amazing conversations, and I'm excited they're gonna present to you those very things. Our homecoming traditions. Tradition is something we are absolutely focused on. I think the kids are gonna talk about that as well. Maintaining those key traditions that we want, but then growing and expanding what is offered here in Navarro ISD. So again, you're gonna see some specific things that we've never done before, some ways we've honored tradition in this community engagement, and I'll let you look at that, some things we traditionally do like a Red Ribbon Week, looking at how we address the culture of threats, and having that training for our parents and for our students. Of course, continuing with what we do through our partnerships, and you'll see those partnerships there and some of the benefit of those partnerships, whether it's the foundation, the Panther Posse, some of our booster clubs, the food drives that we're able to host, the specific partnerships that we do with CTE, where we're talking about like the CNC machine, that will likely play a very big role in what ultimately the athletics complex looks like. And I'm excited about that opportunity because that is an option that we have where our ag students will be helping to create part of those ag facilities, rather the athletic facilities. So you see all of our students working together for the future of the district. And then of course partnerships like the Lions Club, where we're able to go and talk about what UIL Academics does for a kid. The final pieces that you're gonna see here are some of the innovative things we're doing with child nutrition, whether that's our Adopt Account program or the Tower Garden. Our team in child nutrition is exceptional, and you get to see some of the ways that they engage with the students in this quarterly report, as well as our work in transportation. Brittany has done a fantastic job of building a team in transportation. We are adding a new staff member who will be doing his ride-alongs tomorrow, and so we'll have an additional bus driver. Excited about that. And we'll be offering the Ride and Drive program again at Panther Palooza. So having those opportunities for people to see that the need still exists and reach out. You of course get the updates for the high school and our bond programs. I think some of the feedback that we heard at this last bond oversight and facilities planning is, wow, this is happening. We are moving these projects forward. The fact that you're looking at those playgrounds and parking changes happening at the end of the school year is evidence that we are committed to fulfilling that promise to taxpayers and getting those projects out and moving. You'll see in the last section of this, we wanted to update the community on our demographics, which were presented at a previous board meeting, but also give a little bit of a, I call it a cheat sheet. I think there's so many fantastic projects happening in our district. I find that when I'm going to staff advisory or student advisory, or even some of our committees, people are confused about the timeline as to when things are going to open. And so we've created this timeline, included those proposed bonds that were tied to the facilities planning that amazing committee put together, and to know that that is flexible. Bless Chelsea, I think I said about 1 million times, I wanted to say draft, proposed, may change, because we want our community to know this is not set in stone. We are going to continue to evaluate that. The board is going to continue to look at that and make some decisions going forward with that. Our enrollment, our TEA safety grants, where you're going to see those gates happening, and our safety committee's recommendations and action, as well as what technology is doing to continue to improve our network reliability, to continue to develop that infrastructure for us so as we are able to grow, expand programs, we have what we need to support that development. And also our students becoming involved. This is a great picture of Vincent at the end of this quarterly report. He is one of our IT intern students and has been a tremendous asset, not only at central office when we need assistance, but I see him on campuses. And that practical application is what we're looking for our students. Overall, I think this quarterly report really emphasizes that it's not just words. We are moving in action. We know we have a ways to go, but we are taking those steps to create an environment where students are engaged in experiences. Our facilities are reflecting our community's desire to give our students a place where they want to be learning, and we are growing together. So I'm very proud of all of the work of the team with this, and we are going to continue to show you our progress, as well as areas that we know we still have to do work in. And that's one of the things I like the most about this process, is we are able to honestly say, and as I go through and review with them, guys, this is great. I appreciate that you put this, but let's go back to the vision. Did this get us closer to the goal? So it's not about a newsletter. It's not about fluffy things to make us feel better. It's really about honestly and transparently reporting how we're moving forward with this vision. And if we're not, we need to take a moment and say, why are we not there? What do we have to do to get there? So excited about it. Definitely want your feedback as we continue this process.
Okay, thank you. That was a great quarterly report. Does anybody have any questions about anything or any comments about anything Mrs. Zupley went over? Okay, if not, we're going to move forward on discussion the district financial reports. Any questions on those? Okay, we're going to move on then. D10, the School First Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas, including reviewing the report and holding public meeting.
Good evening. As required by state law, we have to open the meeting for any comments regarding the School First report. So if there are any comments from the public. Okay. There being none, so I will kind of just cover the report. We did receive, as our auditor pointed out, we did receive a 96 on the report this year. The only points that we lost was due to the amount of debt that we have issued compared to our property values. It's a ratio that there's not much we can do about as we grow. I personally think we ought to get some kind of exemptions because of the requirement for the growth and the student growth and what we're having to build, but there aren't any on that particular issue. So that will continue to be probably the one area where we will continue to lose points in the future for the next few years as we go through these bond issues and issue bonds. As next year we're going to issue in this 24-25 year, sometime in July, I will be issuing some additional bonds from the 2024 approved bonds that we have. We will work with Samco to see where we stand and how much we will be issuing at that point, and what our tax to allow for the tax rate. Other than that, the only other item on there is the management report, which shows the expenses on various, all the board members and on the various superintendent that occurred. Just keep in mind that that is all from 22-23. It's called the 23-24 rating, but it is on everything that occurred in 22-23. So we are a year behind when they're looking at those items. Are there any questions about anything that's on any of those reports?
And Paul, before you leave, I do want to thank you and your team because yet again, the audit and the first rating shows that there's some amazing management, fiscal responsibility, communication that is helping us to be where we want to be as a district. So thank you and thank your team.
Well, and I want to say thank you to my team as well. They are wonderful. I could not do half of what I do without them. I would be lost without them. So they really are a great team, and I am so blessed to have them working with me.
Thank you, Paul. Good job.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, so we are moving into the consent agenda. Any questions or comments about anything before we move to motions?
Don't we need to pull that one?
Yes, but I can't make that motion,
Yeah.
somebody else has to do that.
11D, right? We're gonna talk about it.
Do I hear a motion on the consent
I
agenda?
just want to confirm it's 11D that we're talking about. Yeah, I'll move that we pull 11D from the consent agenda.
Okay, so we're gonna remove 11D, policy change DC local employment practices from the consent agenda, and then we will visit that after we're done with the rest of the consent agenda. Any other questions, comments, concerns, or actions that we need to take on the remaining parts of the consent agenda? If not, can I get a motion to accept the consent agenda?
We need to vote on that motion first, right?
Oh, yeah, we do, don't we? Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, now I'm confused, and I don't have language in front of me. Okay, we have a motion from Joel to remove 11D, the policy change, DC local employment practices, and Lacey on the second. Any discussion on that? If not, can I get a vote? All in favor? 7-0, so that motion passes. We're removing that from the consent agenda. And then we'll move forward with the remaining parts of the consent agenda. Any other discussion on what remains? Okay, if there's not any further discussion on that, then can I get a motion on the remaining parts of the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Lacey to accept the consent agenda, a second from Donna. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes 7-0 in accepting the consent agenda. Okay, so we have 11D out. And then I'm gonna read the language, and then we'll discuss that. So the updated language, following our previous discussion on 11D, reads as follows. The superintendent has sole authority to make recommendations to the board regarding the selection of contractual personnel for the positions of campus principal and for district level administrators at the director level and above. The board retains final authority for employment of contractual personnel for the position of campus principal and for district level administrators at the director level and above. The board delegates to the superintendent the authority to employ all other contractual personnel. The superintendent shall inform the board of any person hired under this authority. The floor is open for any comments, questions, or concerns about the amended language.
I do have one comment, and it has nothing to do with changing this. I agree with how it is. But as you put on there, shall inform, you're just gonna do that monthly?
Yes.
Okay, that's all of that.
If there aren't any comments, questions, or concerns, can I get a motion to accept this language?
I move to approve DC local as presented with amended language provided by Dr. Kaufman.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion made by Lacey to accept the amended language to, the policy change DC local employment practices, seconded by Clint. Any further discussion? All in favor? Motion passes 7-0. And then now, we have to consent to the change, or do you consent to the language,
Yes,
right?
you consented to the language, now you are asking for motion.
Okay, and now can I have a motion to consent to this language being the policy change of DC local employment practices?
I move that we approve DC local policy changes.
Okay, thank you all very much. Okay, Lacey made the motion that we're going to accept the policy changes of DC local employment practices. Dan second, any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, so consent agenda is done. Sorry, I'm catching up with myself. Okay, then we have one remaining action item. Consider board officer reorganization. And can I get a motion on that?
I make a motion that we disapprove the reorganization of the board officers.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, do we have any other motions on the matter?
I move for the consideration of reorganization of officers of the board. Approve it.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Joel and a second by Lacey. Any discussion?
I don't feel that we, have any reason to, readdress this. We followed policy at the time. I don't think anybody plans to step down, and I don't think anybody has faulted in their position, so I don't see a reason to reorganize the board.
I think those would be my questions too, if we're bringing it up. This was put on by one of the trustees, and so I guess my questions are to those points. Was there a fallacy in the policy or procedure, local, district, or statutory? Has anybody had a dereliction of duty, and is anybody resigning? I guess those are the things I think we need to.
So my understanding was that there was one of those, isn't necessarily wasn't dereliction of duty, it was also an inability to perform the elected duties. And so, the long and short of it is, I think we just need to talk about it, without diving into too great a detail right now. I think it's better if we just talk about it, rather than wasting time during team of 8 training and knocking it down the road. I think we just need to chat about it. And,
Well, so.
I believe, yes, I believe
Okay.
right now there is in talking to other, in discussion, I believe there is an inability to fulfill the duty of some office here, yes, and that's why I put it on the agenda.
Okay. So, if the point is that there was a dereliction of duty and we're addressing that in open session, we have to go in?
To close.
No.
Okay.
We've got a motion on the table and the discussion is in open session.
Correct, and so I was advised that we need to just talk about the reasoning why behind it, which is the inability to perform the duties. I was also advised that anything detail-wise, we just need to go behind closed session. So that was my understanding.
Okay.
So,
Wasn't the directive that I got from legal?
okay.
That's the directive you got from legal?
That was a directive I got from Mandy and I talked, that's why.
So I think what you're doing though is you have a motion. So if you have a second, then you could go to vote. If the vote goes through that you're actually having an election, then it would be appropriate to go to close.
Okay. Okay, so the motion that stands is that, the motion to approve, the reorganization of the board officers. That was made by Joel, Lacey seconded. All those in favor?
Can you explain that in a little more detail, please?
Basically, what you guys did when I wasn't here, when you nominated and filled the board officer positions, So what we're gonna do is we made a motion, we have a second, we're gonna vote on it. If the vote passes, then we're going to do nominations. If the vote doesn't pass.
Is that supported by district, local, and statutory?
The board can reorganize itself anytime it wants.
Okay.
It just needs to have a purpose. Either somebody needs to resign, there has to be a dereliction of duty, or we had to have done something that went against.
So I guess I have a question.
Okay.
So if it was brought up, obviously, that there was a concern about the way that that was done, obviously there is something that has caused that perhaps maybe needs to be addressed, maybe with or without a vote to reorganize. However, it appears to me that, in what you just said, the goal here is to even shut down that conversation from even happening in open or in closed session. So is that because there's a motion on the floor, and if that motion were to be retracted, it could take place in closed session so that it could at least be discussed to find out the why behind what was requested? And then if needed, to revote when we come back out of closed session? Because it feels very much like we have a board member that asked for something to be put on the agenda for it to be discussed by the board, and yet we're doing whatever we can in order to just shut that conversation down.
Well, and I think part of that process is when it was asked to be put on the agenda, it was my understanding that it was explained that it can either go on the open session and we had to do it as a motion, or we could put it in closed session and not deal with it as a motion. And the person that asked for it to be on here asked for it to be a motion in open session.
And my understanding was that, just for clarity purposes, the only way that there would be a possible change is if we dealt with it in open session. If we go with the closed session, we're only having a discussion and not dealing with the actual change. So we couldn't come out. My advisement was that we could not have both.
What I shared with you is that if it was a discussion item in closed session, that it was not on the agenda as an agenda item to take action on, so it would, if that happened in close at the end of the meeting, then it would happen, it could be called for as a motion item at the next board meeting. So, yeah, so it can in that regard.
But kicking the can down the road, that's what you and I talked about.
Right, so the decision was made as an action item at this point.
Because I'm a deal with it now, kind of guy, read about it.
So here's the thing, I don't disagree that it could be handled the way that you're presenting it. My issue with that is that procedural, because what I don't wanna do is to make an audible call and it violates some sort of procedure and we're back here again in a month.
So, I'll be happy to rescind my motion if that's what we're willing to do.
Can we do that? That's my question.
It's not on the agenda for closed session.
Okay.
I mean, we can make a call, I can call.
Can we do that?
Yep.
Because the last thing I wanna do is kick this down the road again.
Yeah.
Do you wanna adjourn for 20 minutes?
Would this be a good time for a bathroom break?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. It's not a closed session. I can see that. Yeah, I think so. We're gonna go ahead and call a break at 9:10, and we'll reconvene after we've conferred with legal. we're gonna go ahead and make the call to go into closed session. The only things that we can discuss in closed section are the things that are on our action sheet, which are the duties of those specific roles and responsibilities. So it's 9:14, we're gonna go into closed session to discuss the duties, roles, and responsibilities of the president, vice president, secretary, and assistant secretary of the Navarro ISD Board of Trustees. time is 10:11, and we're reconvening in open session. Do I have any motions or, my microphone is not. Do I have any motions or further discussion on the matter of reorganizing the officers for the Board of Trustees?
I move to rescind my motion of reorganization of the board as earlier stated.
I'll second.
Okay, Joel is making a motion to rescind the motion that you made earlier to reorganize the board. Becky is seconding it. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? Motion passes 7-0. It's 10:12, and we are going back into closed session. Any?
You can read that with your, her, there we go.
We need to be here for that.
No, you can.
Code section 551.074 to discuss the duties of the superintendent pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074 to discuss employment and resignations of professional personnel to include the teachers and other professionals pursuant to Texas Government Code section 551.072 to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property, and pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074 to deliberate regarding security devices or security audits, including network security information as described in section 2059.055. Any related action will take place in open session.
now. 0, double.
Okay, it is 11:06 and we are reconvening in open session. There is no action from closed session, so it's still 11:06 and we are dismissed.
All right. Good night, guys. Safe drive home.